and I wrote most of this stuff out while I was drinking profusely last night, as well as taking copious amounts of drugs, because as you all know, I am simply built different. Which is just to say I've been eating gummies to go to sleep a lot, because sleep is very difficult for people like me. But what are we doing? Well, last time we got the most basics, the basic of the basics done. How do we do things? How do we make checks? What we were going to transition in today is staff member creation. Technically, we should also do the scene system, but we can write that in later. What is the absolute basics of the advancement system? What's the absolute basic of this life? So, effectively, you begin at 18 years old. You start at 18 years old. You have effectively just become an adult. Great, awesome, congratulations. You can then choose your early history. Your early history is one of these 4 ideas, which is then early history, which pretty much puts you at 22. You are a young adult. What do you want to do with your life? From there, what you can do is take basic backgrounds. These basic backgrounds, depending on how far you are, which you won't be too far, are either going to be 4 or 5 years long each, depending on if you switch career paths. So if we kind of look over here, for example, hey, I went into a trade school. Because I went into a trade school, I have the technical career, and if I want to go into, say, the government administrative work, that is effectively me transitioning into a administrative role that's going to take me 5 years to do to get all the bonuses. That's kind of the basic thing. Yeah, then you see academia and science. Pretty much you have to kind of sit there. Once you hit 31, you go into advance. So anything you do is going to take 5 years now. Okay, if you second you hit 60 plus, anything over 60 is 6 years. So it's kind of like you're getting fewer and fewer returns over time. But if you go from military to academia, for example, like military into academia, then you are going to, it's going to take longer, it's going to take an additional year, and generally speaking, it's going to be not as good. Why don't you just keep going until you are very old? Your relationship with the pilots is going to suffer. That's the basic. Where were you when Judas showed up should be a thing in Carrigen. It's, from what I've gathered about like the most basic of the timeline, what I kind of sat down and said, okay, this is what it is. Generally speaking, 2030 is when Judas lands. 2030 is when that happens. The actual things going on is going to be 2050. This is the start date, you could say. If you are, if you end up being like 45 years old, you were born in 2005. That's kind of the idea. Like, you were born in 2005. Even if you are 18, you were born effectively right after the Judas catastrophe. The only reason you are not a pilot right now at that point is because it's effectively because you really, you aged out just the wrong time. But you have a really close relationship with all the pilots. That's kind of the advantage. Hello. So this is kind of the idea, and it's anything over 40-ish. Like over 40-ish is like you have a very clear memory of what's going on. If you're like 60-ish, like if you managed to get Fuyutsuki tier age, like you were 40 effectively when this happened. You were a grown-ass adult. You saw shit go down. Most of these kids that are showing up to pilot your giant robot could be your grandchildren. Like, that's kind of the weird thing with there. And I think it's very appropriate. We're going over this in the first of the year. People are pinging me. People don't ping me when I'm not streaming. But that's kind of the basic idea of like timeline stuff. I tried to get as much in there as I could last night. I was just kind of struggling to think of things. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing today a little bit. So bear with me on this. We're going to be looking at a spreadsheet. Now, I have two ideas currently when it comes to our stats, or how our stat distribution is going to work for the backgrounds. Either A, we can do option A, which is we do flat amounts. Option A is just you get +3, +2, plus, it's very basic, just very numerical. Option B, and what I was kind of leaning toward in a weird way, was the idea that every year, that pretty much every career interval effectively is a band of dice roll to augment your stats. Effectively, when you hit 18, 18 years old, you've just started out, you have 2d6 stat points to distribute among any of your skills. You might roll 12 and have 6s already. You're very qualified. You are best of the best in some regard. This is even before you take your early history. That's kind of the idea. Part of me maybe wants to put like that's just your starting line, and then we if I half back, kind of like with conscription, you would roll D3 for psychology, D3 for technical, and a D6 for warfare, because we can only use a D6 and a D10 for this game. No other dice. D8 there. Ignore. I don't know if that's a good idea though. Like, we're like trying to put this into context. So we're 18 years old. We have 2d6 stat point. Let's say I go into I go into a STEM education. That's D6 business, D3 science, D3 I believe technical. Go away. Don't need you. So that's kind of the idea. So 18, you go into STEM education. You are 22 years old now. At this point, you are 22. You are 22 years. And then let's say, hey, we hard pivot. We've graduated. We've got our bachelor's degree or whatever. And let's say we spend the next 4 years. We are now 26 years old, and we go for our master's. We go through the master's program. And we say something along the idea of we take a D10 in business and a D3 in science. We pivot. We go away from academia. We want to do something else. But we spend the next 5 years going into being a white-collar worker. White-collar. Like, we go into being a white-collar worker. What is a white-collar worker? D6 psychology. D6 dice psychology. D6 science. Yeah, so we do that for the next 5 years. We're 31 right now. We've kind of crossed the threshold a little bit. Now everything we're going to do is going to be another 5 years. So let's say, for example, we continue being a white-collar worker. We're working in the private sector. That is what we are doing. We're getting all of these stat bonuses. Like, we're getting all of these stat things, and then we say, you know what? I'm 36 years old. We're going to pivot again. 6 years, and we're going to go to Aeonist. 6 years, we're 42 years old now. We are an Aeon staff member. 42 years old, and then we are 47 years old. Then we continue being an Aeon staff member. We continue being an Aeon staff member. And then we go to our final one, 5 years. 5 years as an Aeon staff member. And then our final 6 years, because we're above the able, we're 58 years old now. We go into an Aeon. That is the end of our character. So we say, hey, as this we get D6, D6 business, D6 business, D6 science, for example, and D3 everything. Here it's D3 everything. D3 everything. We're 58 years old. We were effectively born, if it's 2050, we're 58 years old. That means we were effectively born in 1992. We are born in 92. We're 58 years old. This is our entire... Like, we have a master's. We worked as a white collar for a couple of years. You know, for about, it would be about 10 years. Then we pivoted to working at Aeon. This is kind of my idea. Where it's kind of a, how do I want to... You have a little bit of a push and pull. Where as a staff member, as a player, you want to get high stats. So you might roll really well early on and be like, I'm comfortable with this. I want to be 29 or whatever. I want to stay here. I'm fine. You stay here, you're fine. Cool. But maybe you want to push further. You want to get older and it's going to be more difficult doing things. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is that a good idea? Bad idea? I really don't know. It's a extremely specific idea. Now, one of the ideas is what I've been kind of struggling with is over here a little bit. Is how do you make these a little bit more fascinating, as well as we need some more technical stuff. I couldn't think of anything too specific. Or technical things. Like, technical is very, like engineering and things like that. That's kind of the idea. Is like, you went into engineering, mechanics, you know how to fix shit. So this would be like D6, if we're... D6... Yeah, something like this. Like, yeah, you spent the past couple years as an engineer. What does that mean? That's the... As a player, you want to get high. Would you believe that I haven't taken any of the funnies yet? So, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. I'm trying to... What would be some other good, like, technical professions as... Because I want to get the idea that being a trooper for 20 years doesn't mean you're serving in the front line forever. Yeah, you were a sergeant, and then you were, like, a lieutenant. Like, but you're kind of on the ground. That's kind of the idea. Like, you served on the ground for a while. Hey, you went up to officer rank early. If you went up to officer, like, you're a major or something. You're a brigadier, brigadier general, like that. You are being promoted up. And it's like, you don't need to represent that because you're just getting older. And, oh, hey, you've been a mercenary for the past 20 years. You've got really jacked warfare business. Like, you know how to do all this. You're not like, basic or anything like that. No, you are a competent person and people listen to you. Okay, how do we do that? I'm trying to think of what would be some more like technical academia or academia. I have seen it spelled in literally every possible way. I think it's like a U. There we go. It didn't correct me before, so I'm like, I think I spelled it right. There we go. We'll make everybody happy. There we go. It's but it's kind of like the idea of like being in academia means like you're just learning. Like you are just going to school. You can spend the first couple things just getting a doctorate. Like, yeah, you spent your 30s, you spent your 20s getting a doctorate and getting tenure. Cool. And then you moved over to I'm trying to think of what would be some other technical background. So we've got like an engine, like yeah, it's a terrible thing to search. Like it's like again, it's one of those things. Like engineer's really the only one I'm thinking of immediately. I guess you could do the concept of like you are just a mechanic, like a little bit more down to earth, if that makes sense, than a strict engineer. Even though they're kind of the same thing, effectively, it's just the way they're perceiving things. Think. You know what I can do? Let's ask the consortium, everyone here. Do you technical, mechanics, engineering, etc. backgrounds for character. This is for the Lifepath system. This is for the Lifepath system. I can't really think of anything at the top of my head, so do that, and then we do if we do 18, we do staff age, pilot trust. So you are 18. Pilot trust is +2. Pilot trust is 2. Cool. You are 19. Actually, we should do 18 to 19. 18 to 20, I think, are pretty good. 21 to 25. Pilot trust is now 0. 21, 20, 30. 31 to 40. No, 31 to 35 is -1. 36 to 40 is -2. 41 to 45 is -. 41 to 50 is 3. 51 to 60 is 4. 60 to 70 is 5. 71 to 80, which is 6, and then finally 1 plus, which is 7. Like, you're no longer like, if we ramp you up, we do 2, and then we do kind of like, so effectively, pilot trust is the difficulty in which it is to actually get to understand them. It's just very difficult for you as a character to even do that, because you're let's see, aerospace, that's good. Aerospace, pretty much I guess we could do field. So if we do aerospace, we can do armor. Mechanic, what would be So I'm literally have it open. Uh-oh. I am late. How goes it, my fellow slurs? Good. New Year treating us well. Yes. I always be like, we hate pensioners, kind of mad. 30 minutes to get all the trash from Christmas, New Year out. Yep. Boomers deserve the hate. We had very little cleanup because just me and 3. Yeah, it was pretty quiet for me and my. Actually, I did go downtown and actually did my talking and stuff. I hung out with people, bummed around, did what we're supposed to, did what needs doing and all. Technician, like technician versus mechanic. I guess we would do if we're like technician. Technician works more with that, so this would be D6 D. Maybe. Actually, no. Not great. So technical. Okay, let's think. So, if I'm giving myself exactly 2 dice to work. I have a D6 and I have a D10. Those are the 2 dice I'm working. Now, how do we want to do? Hello, Manly. It's been a while. Hello, Misato Manly. Manly Katsuragi. See, unfortunately, I couldn't find. I do have like if we really want the double special. Give me 1 second. I can bring up the. I can bring up a special just because it's funny, and I can do that. Where are you? I love beer and cohabiting safely with teenagers. Don't touch me or my son ever again. There we go. Double or nothing. Ava Manley. Get in the robot, Doge. Or Kermit will have to pilot. So I'm going to ask everyone here. Would you want to roll for your stats individually for each thing you select, or would you just want a flat value? I'm okay with... Rolling is fun. Like... And do you think D6... I mean, I guess we could stick with D6s for everything. Because D6 doesn't have a great chance. I was worried, like, oh, stats are going to get too big. Not really a problem, though, if stats get too big. Okay, so let's... I'm just going to write this out. We're going to improvise from there. So we got... The D6 is going to be our 1, effectively. Let's just hit D3. Find it, replace with D6. everything. Okay. Anytime we have warfare, we instead have D10. Okay, so tragically, the extent of my failures, I should bump these. So this would be D10, you would be D6, your D6, your D10. So actually, we should say anything with D8 gets bumped up to a D10 because we don't actually have D. Anything with a D, actually. Do you have anything with a... No. Anything, do we have any D10s? No. Do we have D8s? Yes. So all the D8s must get replaced with a D10. Replace all. Okay. All D3s are need to get replaced with a D6. Okay. We're good. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4. One, two. Okay. I was thinking about doing like an average or pump it up. I don't know. There's both very... Okay, so mercenary D6, business D6, technical D6, a little bit of everything. So I mean, if we want to have... We want to say something like training, technical, we do something like this. So an operator has psychology, technical, and warfare. With training indicates a military training, which means effectively all trade. What I'm thinking about making is like training is the idea that you have. If you are doing this thing, you get focus. This is something that you're really adept at doing. You feel comfortable doing. This is just something that you are. It's kind of embedded into you. Or do we? What else do we do? Contact's easy enough. You have a contact, so you know people inside of this. You know people inside of that little industry. You know people who might be able to help you. You know people who are willing to do things. These are pals. These are people you know. Contacts are easy enough. But what else would you get by doing a career? What do you have? What's the thing? I don't know how to work. So if we just keep everything 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Instead, or we get rid entirely. Like the master's program, which would be D6 to D6 to 4 attributes, D to 4 attributes. And then it would be... Actually, I guess we could do D6, D6, D10, D10. Here it would be D6, 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 and then it's either D6, D6, D10, 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 or 2D6, 2D6. If you have, depending on your, the rank of your education. You go immediately into 10-year after you're 22 and go into 10-year, which is the idea that you are literally teaching it like a community. Because you have your bachelor's and pretty much nothing else. You do your master's, you start being able to get more out of your tenure. You get your doctorate, you get a lot more. But that is multiple years that you are spending, you know, in just raw education. Thing. I know how to do thing. You're able to do thing. Certs are not a bad idea, actually. Certifications. Actually, here's what we can do. Officer, D6, D6, 1, 2, 3. You get a contact. If we do 4, operators have a cert. You have a certification. Marines get D10 technical, D10 warfare. Actually, no, they get D6, D6. So they get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Commandos get D6. Alternatively, what we could do is we do this. Like, yeah, a commando gets a 2d6 there in warfare because that's what they are best at doing. Mercenaries get 4 across the board, or should no, they get a con. I think that's pretty applicable. 1, 2, 3, and then you get a contact. Specialists get a certification. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. Okay. Yeah, going into academia is actually requires masters. So once you get your doctorate, you can get your master's. Actually, no. Once you get your master's, you can get your doctorate. Ooh, I'm here forever. Yep. Certification too. Yeah. We're going to get a free box of crayons. Yeah, we had a free box of crayons on character creation, pretty much. So, master's program, this is all purely academics. Like, I am just in school, working my ass off, doing work, because that's my job. Because if we think about it, one of the, Fiutsky actually has an education background. He was, so, military, I feel pretty good with. Masters and doctorates and things, I feel pretty good with that. Administrative, government business contract. 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, kind of the idea of the administrative is like you're in upper management of certain things. You are doing things above board a little. Very contact heavy. Not a lot of certs, you just get contacts with the people. But hey, having contacts is not a So if we do... So if you want to be a doctor, you need to have minimum science 10. Minimums... Psychologist, you have high psychology. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Doctorate, but you get a certification saying, yeah, you can treat people. Like, you are a certification, formal scientist, minimum science 8. D 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we got minimum 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, that's 6, 7. Okay. Oh, white collar. Good cabaretting. Okay, so requires masters, does not require masters, but you do get a certification out of it on technician. Only needs to get a cert. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, we put you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 5. One, two, three, 4. Technician. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now we go over here. We want to do contact, know people, know a person. Know a person, a certification. And one focus with working on it. Hence why if you take multiple certifications within the same category, you just get more focus out of it, which is good because it's like, okay, I got focus. I have something to share. Every time I see one of your videos, I check my share thread. Like clockwork, every time you mention a game, it gets requested. I'm pretty sure that's the same person. That's what he requested this thread. Is it Hexen Academy? The greatest game ever? My favorite game. Alright. Alright, so master's program, doctorate program, and you. Okay. Okay. Mm. Like, Aeon's kind of special for these. Like, it's effectively, once you join Aeon, you can't leave Aeon, and you can't be part of Aeon for more than 20 years. Because that's kind of the big thing. If you start off early, you, like, if you're 18, then spend the first 5 years going up to 23 at Aeon, you can, at most, take it 3 different times, because you would go from, it would be 27, 31, 36, because that would be, let's see, that would be, so yeah, you actually can't take any more if you start right at Aeon. However, the idea being that you've been with them effectively as an intern most of your life, you've been working for Aeon in some capacity. Like, that's kind of the joke. But if we go down to here and we want to do we want to do special projects. Career. Contact certification, you would need to be at least 20, so you need to be 40 plus years old. Part of it would be a Judas researcher, Oracle developer. Aeon Sciences, which kind of certificate, kind of the same idea. So let's think. Oh, it's Blades of the Iron Throne. Yeah, Blades of the Iron Throne. I actually quite enjoyed that game. I didn't make a video on it, and I hope I made it clear. Like, when we were doing those 2 videos, effectively the idea is what I wanted to do is, like, here's Riddle of Steel, and here's the latest game, and here's kind of the platonic ideal that what people say they want out of this, but it's very difficult because there's 2 games effectively that are fighting for space. And Blades of the Iron Throne didn't really get there because it's very much Riddle of Steel. Let's think. We want to do Yep. You're one of the people who actually developed what the Iscariots are. What I mean by, like, you got to be 40 plus years old to select this is you started on, you have to be you have to be an adult when this would trigger effectively. So it's like, okay, you're 40, you spend the last couple of years doing this. You were 20s when you were 20 when you started working on this. You take it there, or it's like, hey, I only took it for 5 years, here. Like, yeah, you've been working on these things for the past 5 years. Like, that's your thing. You're 45 years old now. That's just what you've been on. What do I want to do? Judas, Oracle, Iscariot development. What other special backgrounds would there be? Just throw it out there. Special backgrounds. As a Judas researcher, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm. 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 So technically, yeah, you have no, at least 20 years old because you saw, Judas, Apostle Survivor, which is like, yeah, you saw the destruction of whatever the fuck happened. Like, this is pretty firsthand for you. Oracle Technician. Mm. 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 Actually, or certification. Like, yeah, congratulations, you work for the UN. Actually, certification on contact. That's a unique. It's an issue saying like, oh man, that's not a big issue. I work for the UN. This is great. Yeah, you work for the fucking UN. People are going to have assumptions of it, and that person is from the UN. Mercenary, lol. There is mercenary. Technically, during your military background, you could just say, nah, I just spent the last I spent the last 20 years just being a merc. I've been a little bit of every, or private security contractor. What are you? A private security officer. A private security officer. I'm trying to think of like special, like really specific ones that would be mm, actually technically we can have trying to think of like what would be crime. How do I want to word? How do I want to word this? It would be like if we want to put in the idea like, yeah, you did some bad shit back in the day. Like that's just what you did. Or do we want to keep that as like, yeah, you could just say you're a criminal and just have a bunch of problems. Actually, I know. Instead of doing that, we So that's the you spent time doing white collar crime for a while, and then if we go here and we do white collar crime, and then we would do yeah, it's like yeah, you're not even like fun one. Actually, if we want to be, you know, white collar. Why have we hired this literal professional criminal? Well, turns out when you are a hardened mercenary and you are if you've committed multiple crimes against humanity, hey, it turns out you still are really damn good at your job. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that being a horrifying, you know, professional criminal would be you know, would have its own benefits. Actually, we can do. Okay, so. Spent time and have a intelligence operative. What would that be under? That would be, I guess that would be any, like, unless we put none, being like, yeah, it's kind of like one of those things like you transition in that. We do contact time 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, actually. Yeah, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The bratty toaster Diaz. When you need to throw children into metaphorical meat, you need a source for them. Hey, no, how are you doing today? Me, I got so violently sick after eating a Lunchable snack that my entire body purged from me. Oh God. Yeah, no, it's every now and again you eat something, you're like, this is gonna be great. And you're like, this is not great. Like, this is not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 21, taken only once. Once contact. Oh. What other fancy backgrounds can we think of? Just throwing it out there. Fancy backgrounds for fancy people. Something completely stupid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Internet personality. See, the worst part is, you, technically, you could already get that job. You said high psychology. Okay, so we're doing this right. This should be enough. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to make a very basic. So we're gonna grab all of this. I'm gonna put it here. We're going to do background. We're going to do Lifepath. And let's say, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's roll some dice. 1, 2. So we were conscripted. We were conscripted as the first thing that happened. And then I'm going here. We're going to do age. We are 22. So actually, we do start. Let's roll for our stats. We've got 5 points to distribute. Not a lot. Let's say, for example, we've got a let's do technical and warfare. That we're 18. We are now 22. Ready for deployment. Oh goodness. Okay, so let me sorry, Shinji, you're getting replaced by the fucking toaster. Hello, toaster. There's the toaster. Awesome bratty toaster. Oh, it's $20 bratty toaster. Truly a bratty toaster. So. Okay, so we were conscripted. So let's say we look at it. Let's say we did trooper. We did this for 4 years, so this would be +4. So that would be 26 and 30. So we would be 30 years old at this point. 22, 26, 30. Yep, we are 30 years old. We are very, very accomplished. Hey, we want to shift gears a little bit. We go in for our master's program. We are 35. Actually, we would be 30. Yep, we are 35 right now. It only takes us 5 years because we're still within the standard block, but we're switching 3 years. As the master's program, as we are doing our master's program, we are doing D6, so we want to do D6 business, D6 psychology, D6 science, D6 technical. We have nothing more in warfare. We do not need more in warfare. Then we are going for our doctorate. Let's go for our doctorate, everyone. Yeah, we love going for our doctorate. Hell yeah. So we get D10, so let's get some D10s there, and we'll get a D10 there. And then, so we are 40 years old now. Yep, we spent the better part of our early life in the military. Then we said, nope, we're getting our masters as we requisition out and getting our doctorate. So we're 40 years old right now. Then let's move on to Aeons. We're going to do Aeon staff member. As an Aeon staff member, we get 6 in every. But now we are 46 years old. And then here we're 51 years old. Third year, 56 years old. So we've been in there for a decade. And then we finish it out with. And then we finish it out with D10 psychology, D10 technical 6. As a Aeon official. Aeon. We did technically do our 3 terms as staff members. So We are 61. All right, so we are 61 years old right now. We've made an old man. But let's determine our stats, everyone. Total amount. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to take all of our dice. Now, normally, what you would do is you would roll them each. That's the way I would recommend it, but we're doing it the raw way. So let's roll the dice here. That's 10, 15, 17, 19, exactly 20. Our psychology, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 76, 22. So we need 22 plus 2d10. 11, so we have a 30. A 11, so we'd have a 31. Might need to tone down the stat slightly. 100% sure. Then we do 5. Leadingly, 23. 2d10. 2d10, which we got 7, so 3, because we had 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same roll. 14 plus 2d10. 16. 32. 61 gold. And we would have a -5 with the pilot's effect. Alright. That's a little... How do we cut this down? How do we cut this down? How do we cut this? Also, thank you very much, Big Daddy Guap. How do we tone these numbers down? Because if we do, that's still a lot. We toned these down to, like, the original. Aren't worth that. That would be 6D. Let me open up my my handy dandy dice bot. I have it in this server. Dice CBT session. 6. So that would bring us down to an 11. So on average, if that would bring us down quite a bit. We cut everything down like we just cut literally everything in half. Because I still want people to feel like they're powerful. Hmm. Okay, so how do I want it? Because the stats are too high, right? Tone the stats down. How do we stats down? Unless we have... Okay, I'm not happy with it, but we could, in theory, have literally like a chart saying you rolled a 20, you actually have a this. But that seemed awful in a variety of ways. Hmm. Hmm. Suggestions. Now's the time. Hmm. Like, even if we take the average, which is just half the value, that's still 15. That's still a lot. Like, that's not a small amount. Hmm. So, the bottom values here, where it says total, is actually our stat modifier right now. That's not quite what we need it to be. We need that to be lower. Because we have a success chart system, if we go over here, with a number of successes indicating things. Right now, an average character can hit the 10 to 11 ranks by not even rolling. So old men would be able to do literally everything almost perfectly. That feels somewhat not quite right. So I'm like, alright, maybe we tone that down a little bit. But how do we tone things down? Unless we... Like... Because we need to make these numbers more... -5 to every stat for every number of years over a certain age. Cutting it half. Yeah, I was... Do we literally do the roll all your dice, then cut it in half, that's your actual attribute? Like, that feels weird. That doesn't feel right either. Like, or do we go for the D3s and D5? Keep it purely random. Like, if we were to do, like... If we do total AVG, like total just complete average, that'd be 3, 1, 2. That's 6 times 3. And so that's 6 times 3. That's 18. Like, 18 is the perfect average. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. 21 plus 10 effectively. That. So that'd be 31. We were dead average there. At dead average. Actually, we rolled hard there. 5. 32. Rolled above average. Like, these would be our stats on average. So if we cut it in half, if we do the total half, it would be 10. Rounding down, it would be 15, 11, 32 divided by 16. This would be 16. It would be 16, 16. So, I mean, that's not unreasonable. So, like, okay, and like an old man was going to be doing pretty well for himself. start. Unless I change. We do 4, and then we do 4, 6, and then 8 years. Like, anything past... After you're 30, everything gets a lot more, like, you don't have that much time left. So it's like you're not getting as much bang for your... We increase the age. We use this idea, 8, 4, so we get up to 30... It would be 6, it would be 7, so it would be 37 plus 6 would bring us to 43. Plus 6 again. Actually, no, that would be plus 7. Yeah, that would be plus 7. So that would bring us up. That would bring us up to 50. So now it's going to be 8 years. 58. 64. 7. We'd be 72. That point, at that, we're fucked effectively. We do it the more aggressive way. Most people would stop at probably about. Like you start losing. Yeah, but how do you do? If we do something like, we just do the, like, here's the total. So we do this, like, okay, we keep the original. So we do the original year. 4, 5, 6. We still keep the transition period, but we do... There we go. We do something like this. Like, you just get a flat... Actually, no. You get a flat -5 after 60. No matter what you do, you shouldn't be doing anything after 60. Because after 60, you start taking bigger penalties. Unless you start taking those really big careers or very special careers. You're losing more than you're gaining at that. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. I guess we could do -5, 1 stat per career. Like anything after 31, you just reduce a random stat. Luckily, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 stats, so that's just a D10 roll. Okay. So let's do it. So if we do it this way, that would mean 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. For 3 years, we take a D10. 2. Go down to 15. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We would go down to 26. And then we would go down staff number 3. Actually, no, we would go to 51. We're still fine. Then we would go here, which would be another. We would do 8, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would bring us down to 8. And then we, as an official, we chose not to do any additional careers. Final career. Don't have to worry about anything. Cross the thread. We are 61 years old. Still a little bit high. Better, but still a little high. And if we keep the... if we keep the idea of still subtracting it by half, equal L31, then we would... So this would be your stat line. Your highest would be warfare at 16. Most of your the first couple of years of your life was doing that. You effectively pivoted into going to a technical school. And then you've been doing a lot of self-development to develop you further. Okay, so you don't have huge stats. But is that a bad thing? You are legitimately 61 years old, and you can hit these numbers very reliably, which does legitimately make you a competent member of the team. Yeah, all right, that works. Not perfect. So what we would do is we add it all together, and then we literally just cut it in half, round up. So okay. Add together, cut in half, round up. So our guy, who is 61 years old, has a lot of contacts. He's got two contacts from his time in the military, so that means some more military guys at 30. With all of these different things, he can do quite a few different roles if he wants to. Most likely, he would be aiming to become the right hand, because he's that old and he has all the stats to do or to attempt that. Or he might try to aim for bridge commander. If he can't, he could probably go into PR therapist or just become a military officer and not have to worry about any of that shit. He gets to play the politics game rather than worry about any of that. Unless we add in, we have chief physician, head technician, major military rank, one step above captain. Effectively, you would be so you have the more scientific lead. The military captain kind of just would be going directly to the bridge commander. However, effectively, his job is to be multiple military officers. Then an intelligence officer is kind of doing its own thing. Okay. Something like that. Head tactician. Bridge commander is the head tactician, effectively. They are the ones doing all of the hard work. And it's kind of like the idea is like, if there is no bridge commander, the right hand inherits all those roles. But like, hey, there is no military captain. The bridge commander now has that job. They have inherited that job. We have a military captain, we have a head scientist, and let's say we have a 4-player team, and this is our team. These are what everyone wants to play. Technically, the chief physician has become part of the head scientist job. Then the bridge commander hasn't really inherited anyone else's role, except being a PR/therapist. Now, we don't have a right hand. We don't need to worry about that. However, let's say, for example, we have a head scientist, a right hand, and an intelligence officer and a bureaucrat. This is our team. the right hand would become the bridge commander, and in turn, everyone else, like all of this military captain, all the military officers and stuff, would go up to the right hand, including the PR therapist role. Chief physician and head technician become the head scientist. These guys do not get inherited by anyone. That's kind of the idea. These do not inherit. No one will inherit the role of an intelligence officer. No one will inherit a bureaucrat or an envoy. That's not the point. It's all about this inherit. It's like who inherits what. Like if we just have a bridge commander, a chief physician, technically the bridge commander is now the head, has control of the head scientist and military captain and head technician. They have a lot more on their plate now. However, as a chief physician, you don't have to worry about that. That's not your fucking job. Okay. That works. That works. Not great, but it works. Okay. So we've got all our staff backgrounds. Feels like we're missing something there, but we can work on that when we find it. So if we're looking at all our careers, looking at all of the careers, let's so we want to do right hand bridge commander, and head scientist, technician. This would chief military captain. I guess we could call it security chief technically. Rat. Intelligence officer. So these are our basic careers. So this would be so minimums when it comes down to it of like, if we apply it to our minimum, like you would need actually we can even do something like you just need like even like tens across the board without being unqualified. Bridge commander, we could do something like 7, like 5, like 5, 10, like 5, 10. Don't need to worry about science. 5, 10. Like even something like it's relatively easy to get bridge commander. Like someone just has to fill. Maybe head scientist, of course, would need 10 there. Chief physician needs a 10 in science, 10 here. Head technician there. Military captain. This PR therapist. This bureaucrat. 5. These things. Psychology, the military officer, 5 in warfare, and intelligence. Intelligence officer needs a 5 in everything, and not difficult to apply and get the job. It's kind of the idea when you get like the quirks here. Like one of the ideas for quirks in general are like you get, you get a contact. You get a, you get a certification of your choice. Hey, you're unqualified. You are in a position you do not qualify for. And because you do not qualify for this position, you have to select a perk, and effectively you were put in charge despite the fact that you shouldn't be here. So you are not qualified to be here. However, you're going to be. Like, what would be some other, well, what would be some other, like, perks over time that you would get? Effectively, the idea of quirks is, like, the older you are, the more of these... actually, I guess we can do, like, training. Actually, no. Professional development. Be extremely pretentious. Like, yeah, no, it's not training, it's professional development. Overqualified, double the requirement. And it's kind of the idea of being overqualified is like more of a player thing. Like, yeah, I am overqualified to be a military officer, but we already have, the captain wants to do, their thing. Like, we have a military cap. You could literally have a team of, we're a military captain, and we have, I'm the military captain, and everyone else is various military officers, and it's technically no one would be running the show except you guys trying to make sure people work, and it wouldn't work very well, but it could. Because all the idea of the military officer and the military captain is you are not necessarily running the pilots around. Let me see. Your job is this. Like, your job is leading the tank brigades that are just opening fire on the Angel to stop it for a minute. We're throwing every missile battery we have at the problem in an attempt to stall it, in an attempt to stop it for a minute. You're all about delaying and getting people to safety. You have a very weird role. Military officers are in the field. Military officers are kind of trying to order everyone around with their limited moves. Because if an apostle gets to any of your guys, they die immediately. Let me think. So if you're unqualified, that means you effectively say, I'm going to spend one of my quirks to get a position I really shouldn't. I have new contacts. I have new certifications. I have starting wealth, effectively, which is to say, our budget increases, but just for me. I literally just have a free budget to start with. I start with like 3 extra budget that I can spend on whatever I want. I can improve nerf, whatever. Why? Because I'm a multi-millionaire. Professional development to boost your stats up a little. That's the immediate fast. Oh, in touch. That's a good one. Pilot +5. Actually, +5. Attribute to starting wealth. Unqualified. Get position not qualified for. Certification, which it talked about. So pilot relation Mm. Yeah, if you want to play the elderly grandpa that everyone likes, you just get in touch multiple times. You know, five, hey, I am literally like 62 years old. I can just select my first two quirks, I'm going to get a +4. Where kids still don't quite trust me. On the other hand, I am like they're getting, you know, more active, like they're a little bit more active. Actually, how do I want to word? What would be some other good quirks to add? Like just things, quirks, people. Like it would be things to give the. These are things that are unique and interesting that gives you something to work with. Amazing. Vision in bonus to come. Yeah, kind of like the idea of getting locked in, and you're easygoing or locked in. Which the idea there would be, I have I have quirk, you know, like my quirk is locked in, you know, locked in 3, whatever. In 3 throughout the episode, I can give myself 3 focus to anything I do. But that is just that for that episode. And the second I use it, it's gone. So it's like, fuck, I really need to get this. I need to get this check to work. Shit, okay. I'm going to do focus 3. You know, focus 3. Boom. I've got the big roll. I'm adding everything together. I'm critting on an 8. We roll. We try to get as best as we can. But there, you know, but we lock in. Personal stats, quirks, or then we would actually have see, the problem is, if you want someone with prophetic visions, you would be quite literally, it would be one of the pilots, and that could be like one of the things with the manufacturer, that you would be like, that's where kind of like the idea of like behind the scenes comes in, where it's like, okay, I'm selecting one of these to be behind the scenes. What the fuck is this kid? What is this kid's quirks? What is this one's? And the GM would effectively hand you a note saying, okay, this is what this pilot's quirks are. And you like, you know, what this, and you look at her quirks and be like, the fuck do you mean they speak in tongue? The fuck does that mean? What? What do you mean this isn't a real child? What do you fucking mean? Being like, yeah, no, you selected the Rei Ayanami, and you know that she ain't human, but you're like, damn, those stats are good. I like the idea the personal stats are like the pilot's like, oh, what's their physical, what's their mental, what's their social ability. That doesn't have anything to do with combat, so like, why bother with that? But it's like, oh hey, the pilot wants to attempt something. How adorable. Let's see what they roll, everybody. Wow, they rolled a 1 with their +2 to fucking body. Let's see what they got on the chart. They got 1 success, and it was complex. Uh-oh, that pilot's losing miserably because they're a dumbass. I think this works. Like, unless we do like add like plus what? Yeah, if we do like professional development, you add +1 to an attribute. You roll and you could be like, okay, 2 quirks +2. I'm gonna get a +10 to my business so I qualify for something, without having the unqualified, you know, thing. Hey, I'm an 18-year-old with a fucking grand total of like 5 points spread across literally all of my stats. I want to select unqualified and be the right hand. Cool. You are literally the 18-year-old intern to Gendo Ikari, and you're in all of the private information. You know all the shits that's going on. Unfortunately, you are a dumbass, and they kind of treat you as a glorified intern. Okay, then. Okay. Okay, this is extremely convoluted. I haven't written. See, that's the tragedy. We didn't write anything tonight. We literally just stared at a fucking screen. Okay, give me 1 second. I am going to use the little noties room. Ugh. Happened to the fucking fade? Ow. Huh, weird. The fade went away. So, we've got all these to do now. Is we get to go to Bridge Commander. Central Dogma. So, Aeon. Let's see. Let's see. Best and brightest. Aeon has best and brightest from Austin. From United States Nations Assistance and their own internal. All Aeon staff are well trained and able to any crisis that may occur. Respond to any crisis that occur. The first part of when creating a staff member, they will go through their entire career history, and they'll go through their entire career history to determine their skills and abilities. Each staff member will have 5, what do you call them? Attributes? Stats? If these are our stats: business, psychology, science, technical, and warfare, what would you call them? What would you actually refer to them as? Stats? Seems too simple. There has to be there has to be a better way of wording them. Characteristics feel like that's like strength to me. Like that's more innate. Like this is just stuff that you know. It's partially innate, but it's like partially like knowledge and training. You could be a fucking huge guy and built like a brick shithouse and have zero idea how to actually shoot a gun. Like, yeah, you're strong, but does that mean you're good at warfare? Not necessarily. On the other hand, you might be a very well-trained psychologist. You know how to deal with proficiencies. Proficiencies are good. Like, I wonder if can we shorten that down? How do we shorten that down? A proficiency. There's a good synonym for that. Skill, of course. Expertise. Do we call them expertises? Like, this is your expertise? Would that work? Discipline's. So, proficiency, discipline, expertise. Like, technically we could just call it a skill, but like, skills sound like, expertises. Ugh, God, that's such a Wait. Guys, you don't understand. We can call it a droidness. You don't understand, guys. We can call it a droid. It works. What? Calling it a droid? I love being pretentious. Oh no, not call it an adroitness. We are not doing. No. Okay, you know what? We're going to go with expertise. Let's see. Each staff member has five expertise. Do the pretentious one. No, no, we can't. We can't call it an adroitness. No balls indeed. Call me Shinji Ikari because I'm running away from that shit. Each staff member has 5 expertise. Okay, so if we have 5, that means we have 5 expertise. I am a big coward as business, psychology, science, technical, and warfare. Let's see. Mixture of skill. In different fields across their life. Let's see. You can't, for God will smite you. There we go. These are a mixture of skill, personal adroitness, and training in different fields across their lifetime. Whenever the staff member needs. Always add an expertise that best fits the situation. Always add an expertise. Best fits. Oh. No. No, I can't do this. Vegeta, I need help. Bad expertise. Best fits the situation. Now, since we've got 5, what I plan on doing, going to go. Notepad, why in God's holy name are you bringing up LERPs? Very simple. I want these. These are very nice and very can use. Don't have to think about it. Change this and this. Gosh, diddly damn it. This, you, and this, you are, if we put you at, so, first thing, we would have business, ecology, science, technical. Then one of you act sized. God is truly. So actually, that's fuck. Okay, that gets cool. So what we would need to do, if we did this, we deleted you. We selected you, brought you in line. Should you and there we are. So always productive. God bless it. Okay. Okay, so this should. Okay, that's why that's not. Should be 0.9. Okay, so people. Okay, so business. Business. Oh, relate that. No. Start off. Or. Maybe that's a little. We do that, and then we do 3, which we. First thing, manipulation, persuasion, intimidation, investigation. Effectively, business is like mm, 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 mm. How do we cut corners? Like that should be the ultimate question. Is mm, mm. Let's see. Staff member scholarly knowledge and mm, 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 mm. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, armaments. Yeah, we need to build something. What do we build? Ask the guy who is technical. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, shooting a gun requires the warfare skill. Gaslighting. My friend gives me a very cheap tea from Kazakhstan because I have a funny box. Now I'm angry while drinking because it's too good for its own good. Like cheap tea in the stores here suck ass. Gaslighting. And a brand new skill. Girl bossing. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl co. What, you don't want to be a you don't want to be a let me get this correct. Hashtag gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Honest to God, having a character who is just high psychology and just able to fucking gaslight the pilots into not having a fucking meltdown, completely valid character. That's the worst part, I think. I think the worst part is the fact that you can have a like, I want to, what kind of character are you playing? I am playing a 23-year-old girl boss who dumped all of her points into psychology for the sole reason of gaslighting Shinji to get in the rope. I've spent all of my points into making sure Shinji does his fucking job. Each expertise. So. Each expertise begins at zero. As the staff member will be choosing different of the different part. We'll be picking and choosing. Starting from when they were 18 years old, freshly graduated, a fresh adult, a fresh adult. In less formal term. Let's see, fresh adult. In less formal term. Starting from there. 18 years old, a fresh adult. The Judas incident was 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Judas incident was 20 years ago. Old enough, anyone old enough to remember it? Remember it is Yep, because you start out as an actual kid. He starts at 0, you are a fresh adult. And then go. Oh, rise up young boy. Make yourself a legend, like an angel who has forgotten sympathy. I'm a young boy, make yourself a legend. Childhood and first part of member of the staff members' life path. Life path is their childhood, rather than picking and in particular the staff member will instead roll 2d6 and find their starting number, the starting of expertise points to distribute among their attributes, among them. This first 2d6 represents the having low expertises. Well, having low expertises at this point does not indicate they were stupid or weak. Simply that their education and upbringing did not factor into the skills needed for payoff. Yeah, just like it's effectively the these your first stats aren't 2d6 isn't a lot, but you could roll a 12. Very unlikely you're going to roll a 12, because you can roll a 12 and get pretty high stats right off the bat. You get a large number of expertise. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Unless they were gifted. Insert table 1-1. Mm, mm, mm. Random chat. Some groups enjoy the random character creation. Others have yeah, that clashes and for bad slang. For bad rolls. If the group wants a standardized staff creation, they begin with exactly 7 expertise point. You begin with exactly 7 expertise points. Just kind of the, hey, do you want to do this? If you do, choose this. Do you not want to roll? After their childhood, the first part of their life path. The active choice over is their early history. Their early history. Their early. Let's see. Each part of the life path will. Let's see. More dice they have, the higher their expertise is. What can potentially be? These. However, as the staff member, more careers, takes more careers, or Same crew. Time. Well, they will get gradually older and take longer to internalize any benefit they may have. This also extends to pivots in their overall career, adding in an additional year if they shift career goals. So then we're going to put in this chart. We need to put in this chart. I'm just going to paste this on. Putting in the charts that need to be put in. Staff A. Staff A. I guess we just didn't. I guess we just didn't feel like working. That's fine. You here. Okay. So. What do we want? We want to do age. We do three things here. We are going to grab this at point 3, and then this going. We can be Zen and Abu. This is going to be 18 to 30, 18 to 30, 31 to 50, and then 50, 31 to 50, and 50. I guess we could do 6. 31 to 60, and then 61 plus. They will gradually get older and take longer. Also accept pivots in their career, adding a year if they shift goals. So we don't want to there. Cell padding 3. We need to add in column length 1, 2. So this would be 3 years of career, advanced, which is going to be 5 years per career, and this is extreme, which is 6 years per career. 6 years per career. However, we also have to deal with the fact of what would you call it? It's not degradation, it's not waste, it is what would you call it? I'm having a brain hurt. Effectively, it's the idea like you have it's like your decay. There we go. That's the word. No expertise decay. Expertise decay. Random expertise. Okay, we're actually one. All expertise decay. Rear. No expert. Okay. No expertise decay. You got expertise decay. You know, it's one of those things like 18 to 30, you're pretty good. Anything below that, you know, things start getting rougher. So. The early history. Let's see. Every career taken 18 and 30 years old. Or 30 years old will only be 4 years. Time to benefits. Read the benefits. However, once the staff member is 61 years old, it will take 6 years to receive the same benefits. However, expertise decay takes place per career taken after a threshold. Threshold has been reached. An age threshold. Expertises can decay into the negatives. Into the negatives in staff member decrease the checks result by the penalty. Let's see, sweet. That, and I'm going to add so merge cells together. We do stage sharp with 4 and E. Whoa. Then antique 9, like 5. So business, ecology, science, technical. I guess we could do, no, we want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because I want to keep re-emphasizing that D10 is chaotic. 2d6 is reliable. D10 is chaotic. Is there a way to team building exercise? You can build an RPG with an RPG. If you want to go full Inception, you can play an RPG with. That would be very confusing for literally everybody involved, multiple directions. But I'll have you know, that is also the plot of the Geniverse. You may not like it, but that is the actual plot of the Geniverse. That we are all playing the Geniverse. Whether we want... We are all playing the Geniverse. Whether we want to or not. We do not have an option. Also, I'm glad people understood my my various frustrations over things. Noti. I rewatched the video and be like, man, I came off really fucking bitter in that first one. Like, on a almost similar note, as the stat is due to the widening gap between the two of them. Pilot trust is the difficulty in which to influence, manipulate, and they a 15-year-old pilot will respond better to someone early 20s versus someone that could easily be their father or parent, or even grandparent. Go, and then we have a nice little chart here. Do we want to do, let's see. Actually, we can do this. Then this would be 18 to 20, 21 to 25, 26, 30, 30, 31, 35, 30, 40, 41 to 50, 51, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80 plus actually plus 2 plus 1 0 -1 at -2 -3 -4 5 -7 10. Oh man, I would respond perfectly to, you know, friendly grandpa. Like, would you though? That's the problem. Is like, this is a guy who clearly does not give a shit about you. Has made it abundantly clear they don't give a shit about you. And so it's like, all right, I guess I'm gonna trust this guy with my life. No, you're not gonna trust it. Like, this guy's like 80. He's a boomer. Kids don't like boomers. We're having a pretty chill start of 2025. We are. I desire freedom from the genderverse. Ooh, RPGs within RPG. Pain. The genderverse games for people who read and admire TR. Wonder if anyone attempted to make an OSR like tabletop version of the early Wizardry CRPGs. That'd be kind of interesting. Honest to God. Here's the funny thing. Here's the very funny thing. If you want a OSR version of the early Wizardry games, try to find Sword World Firsty 1E. Honest to God, most of Sword World's derived from Wizardry. Very fascinating. Oh, it's that not Masato from Evangelion TRPG. You mentioned Broken Crucible. Yes, it is. Rather not Gendo. Another Evangelion TRPG, as always. This is the sweet old grandma who makes you stew and gives you a big old sweater. Playing a character like that is, you are going out of your way to mitigate that. That's the big thing. You are going out of your way to mitigate that with your quirks and abilities. And that's someone who is... The best way to think about it is, grandma has spent a lot of time making sure has spent a lot of resources on the fact of being good. The true successor of Adeptus Evangelion. Fun fact, no. Bridge Commander is weird because it is the Masato of RPG. We've got it to the point where you don't even play pilots. So what do PCs actually do in an Evangelion RPG if you aren't just playing the series character? In this particular game, we've got our own lore, and we're doing some more lore things. This is my exciting, awesome lore as of right now. Currently, at the edge of the solar system, there is a living planet. It is called Metatron. Metatron is sending things called the Apostles. And in 2030, 5 years from now, Judas landed on Earth. Judas started doing something, and then we fired WMDs at it and effectively erased half of... I haven't really determined where it is yet. Like, I want it to be clearly a place that is kind of important, and it was like, yeah, this is Second Impact, effectively. What it is we launched the Pluto project at it multiple times, which glassed an entire area. We didn't kill it, we lobotomized it, and then made it into a computer and giant robots. We can't have adults pilot it, because if an adult pilots it, their brain melts. So we get teenagers to do it because they're fucking stupid and emotional. Yeah, it's fucking Evangelion. As Bridge Commander is about the staff members trying to make sure those pilots can actually save the world. As pilots do not act rationally, they are emotional, they are volatile, they are the last hope for humanity. That is kind of the idea, is like, you are playing Masato trying desperately to make sure Shinji does not have a panic attack midway through fighting. This is a lot more difficult than it sounds. Sounds impossible. Sounds impossible. Yeah, you see that. Into a simulation of Japanese military trying and failing miserably to fight a kaiju. It's one of the ideas behind Bridge Commander is, as the staff members, as the members of Aeon, I can't believe it's not NERV. You have a weird perspective over everyone. You are trying to make sure this fight's going well, because these kids are idiots. They are, if you are not ordering them, they're rolling on a chart to determine what they do, which could be anything, depending on who they are. Hey, Shinji's going to start attacking because he wants to kill it really good and he is actually following orders for once. Oh shit, fucking this other kid just shut down. He's not doing anything. He's holding position and standing there. Why aren't you doing anything? I'm scared. Stop being scared. You have like this very impersonal look at it, but also you have the very personal... You don't really know much about the character themselves. You don't know about the pilot too much until you start interacting with them more as a character. But then you have that really third-person view almost of them during the combat sections. I think the best way to think about it is I want you to feel invested in XCOM soldiers. And you want to know why people get invested in their XCOM soldiers is because you build them up over a long period of time and you care about them. Because that's just not any XCOM soldier, that's my XCOM soldier. That's kind of what I want to have to kind of go here. We can't... The right option, for the record, would be try one of your table and gameplay sessions between family and friends. Yeah, go for it. I'm perfectly okay with people trying things. If you play Alona, make sure you get the right version of Alona, the Notepad fixes things version. But yeah, it's kind of the idea of you're trying to wrangle chaotic elements. That would be the goal here. In theory, we can retrofit it to something like that. Oh, so there's a fixed version. So let me open it up on the website real fast. So make sure to go to the website, everyone. We have the game and then Notepad's vague rewrite. Some guy was leaving inordinate amount of comments on the original doc, so I'm like, I'm just gonna fix literally every issue this guy keeps saying he's having over the course of like a week and a half. And I literally just went through and overhauled certain things to make it easier. Things should be easier. It should be better. The economy is not as much on fire anymore. And I still mean to do the loot thing. I still want to do the loot system, but it's a kind of a pain in the ass. But and the entire reason I got that idea was because it's what happened. Like that's like one of the things that happened with it is I was taking a shower one night. My shoulders were hurting, and when my shoulders lock up, it kind of hurts a little. I just take a shower, and I was sitting there, just meandering as I do, and it struck me like a bolt of lightning. People really like the idea of random loot, but random loot is a pain in the ass to generate. Especially if you're doing with the idea of when you like things have a lot of different parts. Yeah, it's like 5 different rolls to get the exact thing you want. Every roll's a little bit of time, and like, okay, there's only one thing. Effectively, what I did was, as you are going through the dungeon, you are collecting loot. Loot is indistinct and fucking heavy. And you're just having that. But anytime you take a short rest or a long rest, you can convert all of the loot you have into whatever item you want. Or you can roll. Don't know what you're going to get when you roll. Or you can just choose, I want this weapon with this thing. Like, yeah, that's kind of the issue with Alone, is like everything has to be rolled like that. So it's like, the more specific thing you want, you can avoid rolling by just paying loot. And that really mitigated a lot of the rolling and a lot of the, well, I didn't get exactly what I wanted, or this is really overpowered. Being like, yeah, we just jacked up all the numbers on certain things, so it's a lot more expensive to buy something that, to buy something you want with loot. But hey, none of us are using a halberd. We rolled 3 halberds. No one wants this stupid thing. We're just gonna pawn it off, being like, oh hey, wait a second, we can all get the sword we want. I can get the boots I want. It's just more expensive in the long run. Should work. Will it work? Kind of depends on depends on how you handle things. So let's see. So not delete column, delete row. Finally, actually, no, we don't need quirks until late. I think this place to need. So, let's see. We'll have an active choice over is there early history. Early history. Let's secondary. Secondary. Sometimes after secondary education, or time after secondary education, or or the time after secondary, or the early adult. Then NT. So this is where things get really hinky. So need to do is we need to go to 8. Let's do 7.5. Then go custom spacing 7.5. 0.0. Then we one, two. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. All of you. You need to be. You need to be. Early history needs. Need to center you. Bring you all up. This is your early history. All the basic things. So, let's see. If each part of the. One, two, 4. There we go. Let's see. Each option will provide a die size for. Adding to their expertise total. Adding to their expertise total. Certain career choices will have a bonus. Will have a bonus or restriction. We'll have a bonus or. Which is going to be D10, D10, negative D, negative. Okay. Let's see. Certain will have a bonus or restriction. Yeah, upon let's see. Certain will have restrictions that prevent half metal. Such as a certificate or a contact. Ooh. Holy shit, you weren't kidding. Yeah, I know. I the thing is, I respect the guy for like giving me giving his feedback. I still don't think people quite understand that I get a ding on my phone for literally every single comment people leave on the documents. I get a ding on my phone about it. Yeah, no, it's very fun looking at my phone and it's just like, you have 30 comments. I'm like, fuck. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Either way, there's more to your new videos and RPGs about the new year. Post about Anima Beyond. Yeah, Anima Beyond Fantasy is such a unique game. And it has its own unique things about it. Let's see, we have 2 videos that we're going to be doing during the start of the year, and there's going to be a lot of case files coming out. Hey, Spanish roll master, baby. A lot of things I do plan on, doing. 2025 is going to be #my year, says delusional man. A couple things I need to get done, a couple things that I want to do. Weirdly enough, we will hit game 100 this year. Somehow both very generic and unique at the same time. Anima, the thing with anima that I love so much is, like, I did not give it service. There's so many interesting ideas in anima, and every idea is usually prefaced by something completely insane. It's such a fascinating situation. Like, it's you look at it and you're like, yeah, no, that makes sense, and you're like, I'm tripping balls. Like, it's over. I'm the run. Like, this is like. Okay, I gotta answer the why do you hate Scandinavia so much? I've. That's like 80% of the Scandinavians. The other. Other countries too, Sweden. Like, yeah, that's kind of like the idea. Like, I've met many different Scandinavians throughout my life, and 80% of them are awful human beings. I don't think people quite understand. I have met so many different, like, Scandinavians in my life, and I loathe all of them. Let's take a look at the schools of magic war dogs akin to a friggin' tree of the Sephiroth. Yeah, the thing is, it's one of those really weird things with anima where you look at it and you're like, this is insane, and this is like, I'm losing my mind. But when I really started, when I sat down and I'm like, this is it, I'm ready to go, we're gonna do this. And when I start reading it, I was like, it's Rollmaster. Oh, I know what. Okay, I know exactly what to do here. Oh, I know exactly what to do here. That's why it's even said, kind of at the end of the video, was you are the one making a complicated character, and if you say, I just want to play a wizard, literally ignore everything else that is not the magic system. Ignore everything else. Game becomes infinitely. Oh, via reinterpreting? Oh, you don't understand. I already did. That's the best part. The USSRD is real. The People's Tabletop Role-Playing Game. It's real! Yeah, yeah, we did a lot with this, trying to make sure that it worked the exact way we want to. We added a lot of different things to it. We added a lot of different random shit to things as well. Roughly speaking, you can adapt this to different things. Roughly speaking, it's a little bit complicated in some regards, but not impossible. God bless the Russian OSR sphere. Be fuck, calling it a career isn't the right option now. Drakkar de Manor. I've wanted to do Drakkar de Manor. I've been wanting to. It's one of those things where I'm like, I want to do this, but I'm like, where do I put it? How do I want to do it? Yeah, Dragonbane's interesting, and like the thing is, it's one of those weird things, because like when I was talking about like, if the fact that heroic signatures exists is still a bizarre thing to me, and I distinctly remember when we started looking at Cult, when we started reading through it, and we made the horrifying realization that it was owned by fucking Tencent. When we figured that out, holy shit, we lost our minds. It was great. I was in a voice call with people. Like, it's indirectly, I kind of covered some of it. I've covered Drakkar de Manor's history through like a dozen videos at this point. My like, oh yeah, here's this guy, they owned this, now it's, you know, but they also owned this other game we're talking about today. Like, it's one of those horrifying things. Like, what I really should do is I should do a free league and do all the random fucking games free leagues done, because I've actually never did a Mutant Year Zero video. I've never actually looked at the Mutant Year Zero. I have talked about it before. I have played it before. I actually really like Mutant Year Zero. Fucking love it. I think it's a really damn good game. It's weird because I don't like really all of the other Year Zero games. I'm really mixed on. Like, well, the thing is, the current version of Dragonbane is accurate. Like, that's always kind of the problem when it comes to like judging certain games and certain systems, is like, yeah, I had a great time because the GM was amazing and we had a lot of fun, versus, hey, we played this game that everyone says is amazing, but I have a terrible history with it because we played with a terrible GM and or is someone's horrifying fetish game or whatever. Like, that really taints people's perceptions of things. Well, someone's made a Planet of the Apes. I know exactly what you were talking about, and I'm going to pull it up right now because I find it very fascinating. The Planet of the Apes RPG came out of fucking nowhere, and it was by this company called Magnetic Press. And I'm like, what the fuck has Magnetic Press ever done? Like, what is this? Who are you people? Why are you people? And the thing is, most of the time they do like books and stuff. Like they're mostly like a book company, like comics and stuff. But they're doing stuff. Like that's the weird thing. Like they're getting into wait, let me see if we can find some mature book. Like Ashes. Let's do Ashes. Like, they do comics and stuff. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of... It's interesting that they found it, if that makes sense. That kind of came out of nowhere. But I'm like, oh, yeah, they did the Carbon Gray RPG, which is based off of another game, which is based off one of their graphic novels. And I was like, oh, that's what they're going to be doing. They want to turn all of their graphic novels into RPGs eventually, or something similar to that. I think that's the plan. And everyone was like, kind of like, oh man, it's going to be something weird. It's going to be something bad. No one really knew what it was. But then everyone figured out it's just going to be the D6 role. It's effectively a variant of the D6 RPG. And everyone was like, oh, this is going to be amazing. Like, people are going to like this. And I'm like, I'm in. It's actually like the D6 system. I haven't covered any. I haven't covered many D6 system games. But, yeah, it's based off the old WEG. It's modified. I know that. They have they have modified it from the WEG D6 that it's kind of its own thing now, but WEG D6 is pretty good segs. The thing is, this is the weird thing when it comes to like certain IPs. It is very cheap to pick up certain IPs. And because it's cheap to pick up certain IPs, especially when you're like, oh, we want to make games out of it. Like, we want to make the tabletop RPG rights for it. It's a lot cheaper to buy certain ones and people already know that, because there are going to be people who buy that book who have no interest in playing a TRPG. They're just big Planet of the Apes fans. And you also have to remember the War for the Planet of the Apes came out, I think, last year. So that's kind of like its own inbuilt hype thing. You get the idea. Like, there's clearly people care because it's a recognizable IP people know, and it's easy and you can skip a bunch of things. Ever tried Battletech's Time of War? Sort of. I went over what happened there was that there was Battletech Time of War, and there was another I effectively went over the wrong version of it, and I realized I was going over the wrong version of it too late. So I was like, fuck me. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I want to love Battletech's Time of War. I want to like it because I like Battletech. Truly, this is a Blake moment. Battletech fights me every step of the way when I try to enjoy Battletech. It's very fascinating. People have actually... I do know one person has been desperately attempting to retrofit Metal Saviors actually into a Mech Warrior game. I find that very funny. Yeah, he's been retrofitting Metal Saviors gradually into a Battletech game. I'll see if I can. One of these days, I'll get his notes and see if we can't make our own Battletech game. Right? Because Mech Warrior, like Battletech mechs they are very different from other mechs. And I've always said this, you can't have like a universal mech game because you have to accommodate Battletech mechs as well as a fucking Nightmare Frame from Code Geass. These are incompatible. Like, these are incompatible with each other. Battletech should have stayed a game. That was the weird thing, and I would love to find, and I know they're out there, the old Japanese Battletech RPGs. Because they published, like, Mech Warrior RPGs back in the day. And the Japanese fucking loved them. And they loved them quite a bit. And that's actually, I talked about it a little bit in the Japanese video. But, what happened is it was effectively like, you role play for like 5 minutes and then you just play a round of Battletech. It's very funny. The Lost designs, oh yeah. That still pops up every now and again when Macross shows up, because always remember that. Macross and Battletech technically are in the they do share some mech designs because people work together and things got really silly. It's great. All we get from Japan is the weird otaku shit like Maid. If you look at the translation sphere, you do get some interesting ones. Like Sword World. No, Sword World 2.5 is completely translated, which is actually just a really good RPG. Oh, the JP specific ones, yeah. It's like, it's one of those ideas, and I actually talked about this with the in the same JRPG video actually. Like, when it comes to official releases and things like that, there is always that weeb factor. Because, and I think that's one of the reasons why, like, Sword World has never been officially translated. Like, that's always like, I think the reason is because Imagine translating the entirety of Sword World 2.5, all these different books. It's not a small project. Releasing it and no one buys it because it is another fantasy RPG competing with D and fucking D. It's never going to go anywhere. And that would be a huge blow for everyone involved. It's like, but you get something like Made, for example. Like, that's the thing. Like, oh, hey, you get something like Made, that's super weeby in Japan. Like, that's what Japan is, anime and all that. People are going to buy that a lot more readily because it's not competing with things directly because it's the Japan game. It's, the Japan game. It also did not help that Ewan Clooney, one of the people behind Maid's translation, is a big fucking weeb. But then he got weird and now he's just strange. Like, you gotta have, like, that weeb factor in there to sell some of these games. Like, I've seen some JRPGs I've seen legitimately have, like, are insane because they just look weird and fun, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, oh yeah, this is my hardcore, like, fucking Mecha Iraq War game. Yeah, there's a Mecha Iraq War game out there. The entire thing is like you're fighting in the desert in giant mechs, and you have to worry about overheating and blowing fucking fuses and shit. I'm like, why isn't this getting translated anywhere? I'm like, oh yeah, because it has to compete with every other fucking mecha game, and it's gonna die. Oh god, let me see if I can find it. It's I think I follow the guy. As you can see, yeah, right here. He's actually very funny on, yeah, this is not the original, it's, what is the full fucking translation for this game? I have debated on buying all the books and just doing a duologue of them, but, okay, not Spanish, we need it in English. Do not ask why things were in Spanish. Sandust Warrior. Yeah, it's literally just a hardcore mech game. That's all that it is. A couple other weird ones in here. You find such unique weird games on Booth I really like here, and you see some very consistent. All of them are funny in their own right. These are all the ones I'm following. Technically, I do need to translate all the rest of the Muv-Luv games, by the way. I promise I'm being productive. I promise. Yeah, this is the full cover for it, by the way, in case you want to know what what we're working with here. He's talked about it quite a few. I follow him on Twitter. He's a nice guy. Quite a few. Sometimes you just find, like, the one thing I've noticed very consistently with JRPG is that high concept wins. High concept is extremely important. Like, Elder Escape Tokyo at some point also. Convictor Drive is, I know, in English by Lion Wing. Yeah. Tweet my tool financially. Over the last CEO, Lucky Your Future Project. No, I'm not working new stuff, by the way. I still can't believe Jam Project made multiple songs from. Yeah, Muv-Luv was very popular for a while. And then they just died. Because Muv-Luv, they literally did not know what to do with the franchise after they finished it. So they're like, let's make, like, prequels. I'm like, okay, cool, good idea, prequels. Hey, let's alternate history. And you're like, oh, okay, brave move, but okay, let's make gacha games. Like, let's make gacha games. Like, yeah, that's all they have for Muv-Luv. I think recently they got into NFTs, and everyone's like, God fucking damn it. Yes, as you published the translation for the SMT Nocturne. Now, One thing to note, that is technically 4th edition of a 5 edition game. Because that is not the latest version of SMT Nocturne, by the way, which is very funny to me. It is not the latest version of the SMT tabletop RPG. It is the 4th edition. There was a 5th edition out. However, about that, fun fact, everybody. Let me see if I can do the let me see if I can bring it up here, because we were lucky enough, one of our own managed to get the original copy, or at least the 2nd edition, or at least a version of the original SMT RPG. Yes, we have the original one with this cover and everything. That is old school, the old school one. We got that one technically, so looking forward to that one. We'll be taking a look at it one of these days. some of the weird fucking artwork. I love it. SMT, I love SMT. I think it's a very cool series. Yeah, there's a newer version. There's like a 5th edition. There's another like full version that's been out for like 6-7 years. But they didn't select that one because SMT Nocturne got a re-release. That is why they chose the Nocturne game rather than the newest version, because people knew Nocturne. Nocturne got a re-release. Like, one thing about the SMT RPGs that's really interesting is, like, the first version of the SMT RPG was written by the guy who made the original video game, with help from the original writer. Because you gotta remember, SMT was a book series. Like you go to like Barnes and Nobles and you would pick up the SMT novel, because it was a novel that they adapted into a dungeon crawling video game with Pascal the dog. And then it became its own franchise. Anytime you see someone misinterpret the most basic Persona plot, understand that this is based off a book about a teenage boy getting into a fist fight with a demon on his computer, which is attached to his arm in the early 90s, late 80s. Like, yeah, it's... SMT is one of those things, like, the deeper you go into it, just like the history of the franchise, the more you're like, what the fuck? Like, Nani? Who the hell are you people? Like, if I do a video on SMT, on Tokyo Conception, and I want to do a video on Tokyo Conception, most likely there will be a dedicated, like, first 2 minutes of it will be, here is the most basic rundown of, like, who's making what. No, Tokyo Conception is 4th edition. That's one of the big things. Tokyo Conception is the 4th edition, which there are 2 technical it's a little bit weird, because people were running 3rd edition still. Because 3rd edition is very much, it's your own SMT game. Tokyo Conception and Nocturne, and the Nocturne version, is very Nocturne, and it's very tuned to that game, down to the point where you can damn near play the entire plot of Nocturne in that game, down to the individual stats. That is may have a bit of wizardry for DNA. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. There's so much just random. It's that weird thing when you sit back, like, this is just random ass lore. Even just finding out the fact of who wrote what game, that was a fucking trip, by the way. Just trying to find out who wrote everything. I was like, what the fuck? That video where we go over Nocturne, that one when we go over Nocturne will be coming out in 2 weeks, probably, on the main channel. 3 weeks. Get ready for that. It's gonna be a fun one. All right. Line Wing doesn't write very clear product description. Line Wing does not. I do give them credit though. I have not seen any errors in their translation. I have not seen any like major problems, if that makes sense. And I'm like, this is good. Good job. I'm not disappointed. I don't make the fucking green text localizers. Yeah, like oh god. At first I thought each variant had exclusive demons or whatever. Yeah, it's older versions have a different system, sort of. Like it's the same premise, the same kind of basic idea behind it. However, it's a lot more open-ended in the earlier versions, and the latest version, Tokyo Conception is probably like the most, this is the video game, because SMT Nocturne was fucking huge. I don't think people need to, like, I need to understate that sometimes. Nocturne was massive. And it did extremely well. And I am baffled continuously that we have not seen a Persona RPG. Like an official Persona RPG, baffled. Especially after a Persona 4 came out. Or even Persona 3. Because I'm gonna make everyone feel really old right now. You want to feel really old? Persona 3 came out in 2006. 2006. It will be 20 years old next year. Because it is 2020 fucking 5. God, it's old. I'm old. I'm old. Someone didn't even say... Nocturne is still pretty big. You got the optional boss fights against the Demi-Fiend. They just re-released Nocturne, like full-on, like re-release, adding a bunch of things. Like... Nocturne is clearly a favored child, let's say that. Because it was very successful. Because SMT was kind of... Because Nocturne... Like, the thing is, like, if we do a SMT Nocturne, like, because Nocturne did as well as it did, because it was that successful, I think that's the reason we got Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5, and things like that. Because if you got her, like, Persona 2 was the last game that came out in 1999. It was 7 years. This is a PS fucking 1 game. And, you know, technically there's the Eternal Punishment limited. Like, yeah, this is not this 2000. Like, it was a couple of years between the next Persona game. Mind you, Persona 3, Persona 4, and Persona 5 have eclipsed SMT by themselves, but we have to remember Sunglasses Hitler does technically, you know, was a pretty old thing. Like, to give himself a Demi-Fiend's body tattoo in real life. That's someone who was insane, rich, and apparently numb to pain. 2025 is a date from a sci-fi TV series. Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's even like with, like, Evangelion. Like, if you think of, like, Evangelion, like, do you know what time Evangelion takes place in? You're correct, everybody. It takes place in 2015, the far future of 2015. Like, that's just one of those weird things where you sit there and you're like, man, I feel fucking old. Like, we're supposed to have flying cars. We're supposed to have laser guns. We're supposed to be the fucking Jetsons by now. And now we just have exploding fucking stupid non-rendered Cybertrucks. The far-off future of 2002! Like, there's a bunch, like, the early 2000s, we saw so many different TRPGs. There was the Great Crunch, and when the Great Crunch happened, a lot of things died and got shot behind the barn, but what are you gonna do? It is what it is. So let's see, the early history, we also start them on a... Oh, yeah, good. Actually, no. Occasionally good. Also start them on, it's effectively meaning the same thing, different. On a... We do basic early history. Then we then go to... Grab all. Rears. Yeah, you can select as many as you like. After you reach 80 years old, you can actually unable to. Let's see, basic careers are standardized. Footnote. Okay, let's see. Oh, I call her. Dog can be a lawyer as much. Apostle, to the apostles, Aeon. Problems surrounding both of them. Okay, so we are going to find here's, and we're going to hit the paste button. And all right, that did not break as bad as I thought it was going to. Okay. Good news, everybody! It didn't break. So we're going to hit that button. Grab all of you. First things first, 0.03. Then we're going to grab you. We're going to custom spacing. 6.5. Do not know why they keep fucking with my spacing. Be that way. So, going to shift vocation that. Actually, basic Aeon, specific, basic career, let's see. Let's see. When a staff member begins working for Aeon, they are unable to leave the work they're doing for them, effectively setting themselves on a path for more playing on it. So we want to that. Okay, so this is where things start getting a little. We're going to that button. So we're sort of ascending. This we're beat these rows. Don't have to worry about those. Okay, so maybe we do what we do 0.6. Bonus action something. So aerospace, you get a certificate. You get a certification, but you require master. But you require your master. So same thing over here. You do require your masters to get into aerospace armor. Private, that business, contact, commando. Administrative, contact, doctorate program. God, love getting a fucking doctorate. Commando requires master. Normal science. That. Contact. Effectively, it means like you can't really else. Marines, masters, program, panic, medical doctor. Actually, I guess we could do science 10, doctorate. Doctorate. Why requires doctorate. Mercenary, officer, official. Technically, I'm going to keep this right here. So this would be staff. Psychologist. Special. Specialist, staff member. We don't technician. Tenure. So. Actually, so it D6. D6 to 2 expertise. If master, D10 to change master. Action. Then we do specific babble, and it ever so upwards. 5. We're going to do all. And we're going to grab you this. Okay, so grabbed this. So we need to 40 plus years old. Okay. Oh. Contact. Why would you ever hire a criminal, you rat? You're doing something. Congrats an out-of-print 3rd edition adaptation of Farscape. What about teachers and other guidance counselor? Like, a teacher or guidance counselor, no, you wouldn't really have to worry about them because they're not part of Aeon. They are working for the school. Now, mind you, if you want to have a very fun and exciting, role-playing session, hey, I'm a 15-year-old kid. Can you please come to my like piano recital? Guardian father figure that I am required to that I live with. Will you please come to my piano recital? I'm like, ooh, do I have to? Are you sure about that? Don't really want to, but you gotta make it. Fuck. Mm, mm, mm. Well, I mean, there was the Shinji Ikari Raising Pro, which is effectively literally a princess maker game for that. Like, mm, mm. Aeon, they effectively stuck in Aeon. Kind of the idea of like the second you start working in Aeon, you are stuck in. On the other hand, you're going to be making bank do. We want here, we want a staff member. Mm. It's pretty much like as the Aeon careers are really good in case you want like a really specific goal because you do get quite a few different attributes for it. Few attributes. There's pieces. Yeah, there. Pretty simple stuff. Mm, mm, mm. Aeon was only officially created after the in 20. Well, any staff are only working for 20 years. For what would be? It would be you're a society member. That's something you don't really want to tell people, but it's just like, yeah. Gehenna researcher. 10. We won't. Oh, a. Notepad, during the game, what happens if someone decides to take them on a camping trip, lake or something? And it was during the game, the kind of the idea, like, if you are saying, hey, we're going camping, we are taking everybody and we are going away, you as a staff member now have a very unique proposition. You can say, all right, kids, you are able to go on a field trip, which means you're going to be gone for 3 days or something. Now, what this will do is, hey, this is going to really help you cool down. Everything's going to be really nice. You're going to be fine. And then during those 3 days, you fucking pray that the apostles don't show up. Because if an apostle does show up, you try have to get you. It's effectively all hands on deck with whatever, children are still available, or you just die. So under that circumstance, no, you don't get to go on a field trip. Oh man, but I want to go on a field trip. Depression. You're like, fuck. Remember, they are irrational and they are moody. They do not understand certain. We need you to be we need you to be turned on the entire time. We need you to be ready to hop in a giant robot and risk your life at a literal moment's notice. You are not allowed to be a 15-year-old child. And some characters are going to be fine with that. Some characters are clearly not going to be, and that's where the fun part comes in. That's where those little struggles come in. Like, hey, yeah, no, sorry, Shinji, you are not allowed to hang out with your friends because you might be needed to kill a giant alien. So, sorry, Shinji, you're not getting the Xbox this year for Christmas. Santa does not love children who have a panic attack in the middle of combat. Let's... To the okay, so we want to quirks are really the only word I we call Let's see. You need highlight in idiosyncrasies to highlight their unique lifestyle and life. What about having rotations of pilots to give to A team and B team and C team? You know, constant road. We don't have enough mechs for that shit. These things are like billions of dollars each. Like, we got 3 of them, and like that, we barely have the budget to repair them. Like, that's kind of like the problem. Is like, yeah, we can have A teams and B teams, and we like this would be really efficient if we could do this. But that shit's expensive, dangerous, and we're kind of improvising. Like, we've got one in develop. Like, we can get another Iscariot online. We can get a 4th child available. However, that's going to cost a lot of budget. That is being taken from other things. And what do you fucking mean the commander just... What do you mean that the commander wants... what do you fucking mean that the commander wants to take half the budget for a secret project? What do you mean by that? What do you actually mean by that? Like, no, you can't take half the budget. We need that to repair the giant robots. More pilots per mech rather than more mechs. See, that's going to be one of those things I have to like put in a like little note being like, yeah, no, if a pilot gets in somebody else's like, oh yeah, no, if a pilot attempts to get into it, another person's, Iscariot rolled on this table, and it's going to be like, yeah, they fry and just get knocked out immediately, or, oh, hey, they perfectly sync, and everything's going perfectly, except they use the other character's chart. The heck is human instrumentality, anyway? In Evangelion, human instrumentality is effectively Seely's plan to make sure that all of our souls are connected perfectly to one another by turning us all into Lilith's blood, otherwise known as we become the primordial goop, and we are unable, and all the boundaries between us are now broken apart. Because the reason that we do not connect with one another is because of our souls, because we create an AT field to keep others away from us. It's the best way to summarize it is Seely wants to make sure that we all become empaths by turning us into Tang. We get turned into fucking orange juice because because old men want to make sure that we're all friendly with one another and we all become as gods. That is why everyone sees someone they love when Ray touches them. And they all represent people they love and care about, because that's the entire point. Because Lilith wants to make sure that we all get along at the end. Like, that's the entire point. And that's why Subaru? I know his name's not Subaru. I can't what's his name? It's go to Luke. Evangelion Bridge Crew. This guy. Shigeru, I think. No, Mayabu. Shigeru, yeah, Shigeru Aoba. Shigeru is To give you an idea, Shigeru literally doesn't love anybody. He only loves himself. Therefore, when Rei comes to get him, she does not manifest as anybody. She just manifests as Rei, and he is having that's why he has a fucking panic attack, because he doesn't love anybody. Everybody else gets turned into Tang of various ways. There's Maya, which will always be one of the more bizarre circumstances, which is technically Maya's a playable character in one of the games because Maya's a playable character. She's extremely popular. People like Maya. But at the end, she hugs Ritsuko because she likes Ritsuko. That's the secret. That's why she turns into orange. It's one of those things. You're looking at a genuine Eva fan. That's the problem, is that I do genuinely like Evangelion. And I know what, like, oh yeah, this is what human instrumentality is. Like, yeah, like, it's literally the power of love, except the power of love turns us into orange juice. So, oops, just orange juice. Okay, so let's get back. Let's see. After determining Lifepath, I'll have a number of idiosyncrasies to highlight their unique lifestyles. Community set up to that. This is contacts and this is contacts and certificate. So each career may have given granted it. But depending. They will have a set of story chart. This chart. Because fucking thing insane. Here, paste linked, of course. Video. Again, I'm not sold on the name, but it'll work for 18 to 21, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Like, if you're insanely old, you get a lot of bonus one of these just because you're fucking... That's kind of the problem. Like, yeah, I know. It's like, are you fucking old? Like, the answer is yes. You get just a bunch of bonus ones. You actually cannot qualify as a character at that point. Why are there so many Toho games? Like, your god, there's so many. What do you mean there are 492 Toho games? Because Zune's licensing has effectively been, doesn't really matter what you make as long as you make it interesting. And people have rolled with that quite heavily. And people like that. And people have been using Toho for a lot of their own projects and a lot of their own things they want to make. So, and Toho is also extremely easy to adapt to different things. Like, yeah, do you want to make a shoot 'em up? You can make a shoot 'em up. It's very easy to make a shoot 'em up. Hey, you want to make a fucking RPG, you can make an RPG in Toho. You want to make a... I think there's... I believe, if I remember correctly, there is an RTS with Toho. So everyone's like, yeah, we can just make a Toho RTS. Why? Because we... list. Let me do a... Let me grab a little bit of a quirked up white boy. Don't mind. Character themselves, or alternatively, it can remain floating. It can remain until the staff member declared. The best way to kind of think about the first one, it is saying, hey, I know the chief quartermaster of Aeon because we served in the military together. I know this guy. This is just something there. Because you've now defined that, we know it's a character. He is there. You are defining that. And because we've defined that, we know it's there. Or if you leave it floating, it's, oh, hey, here's a UN envoy who's being kind of weird and suspicious. Oh, wait, Misato and Ritsuko both use their contact being like, yeah, we knew this guy in college. Boom, there you go. That's kind of the idea there. Let's see, trained in particular skills as a subset of their expertise. Whenever they're development. +2 trust with any pilot of their choice. Only one pilot, by the way. Easy going. Clear 1 stress per episode. Let's see. Mm. 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 A pilots. Not learn a pilots person. Mm. 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 Drink a bit. Mm. 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 Uh. um. Mm. Mm. Yeah, yeah, you just know something's going on. Hey, do you want to share that? Do you not want to? Probably not. People are gonna figure out, hey, wait a second. Oh, I was looking for a game that could play the hell out of Home of the Elven Queen. Oh, nice. You did add no prawn thing after a while, but everyone ignored it. It's one of those things where you have to put something like that and be like, don't make any pornography, everyone. That's a no-no. Lets you do, but then I can't really stop you, but okay, so idiosyncrasy. It's kind of like you can choose any of these. So we want to mm. 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 Is mm. 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 Let's see. A staff will then find their final expertise by finding half of them. Half of this total. Half of. Mm. 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 There. Little bit janky, but I think it should work. Going to. Mm. 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 What's final expertise? Mm. Mm. Let's see. Final expertise is found. Mm. 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 Final expertise is found. They may add additional expertise by. Mm. Mm. During the event. Stat. What if I made you like 6.5? I make you 6.5. You fit just per fucking. We're gonna go up by go to 7 now. No, 6.75. 7.5. And we add it, and we go to 7 now. Come on, baby. Damn it! We are 1 off. Actually, what if I unpin this? God. See? If we just keep fucking with the chart, eventually it'll work, right, everybody? Right. Okay, so we do idiosyncrasy. We determine what every here. We do this step. Standardized character. B. We're going actually art here. We're going to add a little chart here. We're going to do die size. We're going to do die size. Favored outcome. Favored outcome, and then we're going to be doing standard. Let's see, all standard rule. 6 and to D6. So D6 favored outcome would be 4, standard outcome is 3, it's technically 5 and 6. 2D6 is technically 7 across the board, but it's 3.5, yeah, it's 7. It's just whether or not you have the the favored outcome. Isn't really that much, but it's something. That's really all. This is mostly for, I don't like making random rolls, so if you make a character like the Oracle Technician, for example, the Oracle Technician would just give you a 7 in science and a 7 in technical. That's all it technically. You can't get a 12, but you can't get a 2 either. Kind of the idea. Angels exist in their setting, quote unquote. Isn't there somebody you can contact with a higher being or know something probability things? Well, there aren't angels. They're the apostles, and they come from Metatron, a giant fucking living planet on the edge of the solar system that we called Metatron because we legitimately don't know what else to fucking call it. Yeah, it's just out there. It was just the name given to it, and that's what it is popularly known as, because it did communicate with us, and it effectively, we don't really know what it said, but we do know that we sent a message, it responded, and that it launched Judas at us, and they tried to kill us all. So yeah, we've contacted a higher being, and the higher being said gibberish, and then launched a living weapon at us. So who knows? Woohoo! That's the fun part, right? It's very fun figuring random things out and hoping for the best. Alright, so we've done this for a while. I'm feeling pretty good. I didn't mean to click that button, but I'm going to be leaving now. Thank you all for coming. My name is Notepad. I don't have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm going